The gallery was opened. The narrator is present. Is present. Both was and is present. White walls waiting. A black jacket walked past. And still, white walls waited. In the company of the walls, those white walls, a bench, a white bench waited. But this white bench was not alone. For it was accompanied by its own reflection. Another white bench. Waiting. The first white bench looked around the room. And witnessed the white walls reflecting its own self. The first white bench brought its illuminated gaze onto its own reflection. In the second bench. And pondered. The first bench did not dare to move. Because it was not ready to discover that the second bench was not its own reflection, but was instead its own being, its own self, something other than this first white singular bench. The first bench was not ready to embrace the idea that it might not be the only white bench. But that instead it might be one of many such white benches, an example of which stood in front of it. And for that reason, the white bench stood still. The white bench decided to play a game. It had heard about this game from the many humans which had sat on it. The white bench decided to adapt this game and play it with the reflection of itself that stood opposite. The white bench wanted to test out its theory. It wanted to test out its theory that the bench opposite it was indeed itself and not separate. The way the white bench decided it would do this was by simply staring at its reflection, pondering, gazing, staring at its very own reflection. The white bench decided that if its reflection moved in the slightest, if it shimmered or shivered by the slightest fibre of timber, and the bench itself had not, that would be all the proof it needed. It would settle the argument, and the white bench would know that it was one of many.
That is very cool.
And so, the white bench was interrupted. A young cycle helmet sat on it, pondered for a moment, and then the white bench released the young cycle helmet. It walked off. The white bench felt interrupted and continued to ponder its reflection. There was no movement in its reflection. The white bench remained still. It didn't want to give itself away. It didn't want to be the first to move. So it just relaxed and maintained its gaze. The floor stretched. It stretched to all the space and encompassed all that was within it. The floor gently and silently chuckled the white bench. As it stretched from corner to corner, it smiled deliciously. It smiled deliciously at the ridiculousness of the white bench. Because the floor knew. The floor knew and had experienced everyone coming and going, sitting, waiting, standing, staring, lying. The floor embraced them all. The floor knew that there were actually two white benches, and the first white bench was being ridiculous in imagining that it was the only white bench. For it embraced them all. The walls remained white. They were disinterested because the walls knew that their job was to hold the structure up. And so they quietly went about their business, mildly bemused about the white bench's neuroses. But still, the white bench pondered its reflection. Still there was no music, and still it looked. It gazed, it stared. The white bench stared at its reflection. Still, its reflection did not move. Increasingly, it began to think that it was one of a kind, that there was no such other. It alone was the archetypal white bench. The white walls contained the two white benches. Covered them and kept them safe. The white walls reassured the benches that they had a purpose, that they had a context within the white walls' confines. A grey jacket decided to sit on the reflection of the first bench. The black jacket looked towards the grey jacket and decided to remain standing. The black jacket didn't want to sit on the bench, preferring to stand on its feet. Both the black jacket and the grey jacket looked at each other. They smiled and shrugged a shoulder or two. Black jacket moved in for the kill, got comfortable. They watched and listened. Black jacket went to move in towards and then pulled away. Black jacket thought he'd try his luck and slide in towards grey jacket with the bag around it.
I guess that's the end behind
Both jackets looked around, smiled, giggled, and then some papers came out. Grey jacket stared up. There was a wave. Both looked up and both walked out, leaving the benches alone. The first white bench realized that the two humans sat on it, on the other bench, on its reflection, and not on it. This was a revelation. Two humans walked into the space, sat on its reflection, but were not sitting on it. What a revelation. The first white bench realized there are two benches in this space. The first white bench wanted to jump for joy at this revelation, realizing that it was not alone. And then it remembered. It was only a bench. It couldn't jump. It couldn't run. It couldn't swing. It couldn't fly. It couldn't talk. It couldn't even hug. Because it was a pristine, white, sturdy, long, functional bench. It knew that humans could not see the pleasure that it took from realizing it was not alone. It decided to see if it could make some kind of communication with its fellow. It enjoyed the thought of referring to the other as its fellow. It was the first time it had done that. It made the bench smile inside, a benchy kind of white bench smile. Wondering whether its fellow white bench could communicate with it. After all, they were standing in parallel. One was in front of the other, neither one of them was first nor last. The humans came in and decided which one they wanted to sit on. I mean, the white bench, the first white bench, decided that that was arbitrary. They could have decided to sit anywhere. And as one human demonstrated, it decided to stand for a while. The first white bench held a sense of pride that it was understanding its surroundings and itself within the surroundings. That it was able to discern and make sense of its place in this room, with an outstretched, beach-like floor. That at its edges kissed the white walls, that it knew made the two benches feel safe and contained. The second bench, the one the first bench thought was its reflection, had been watching that first bench and was bemused by the way the first bench was thinking. But the second bench, the second white bench, knew that it was nothing more than a bench. And that already this second bench had fulfilled its purpose. The second bench had a contentment. Humans had walked into the space, looked around the space, and decided that I, the second bench, was fit to be sat on, that was my purpose. And so the humans did. The second white bench was not concerned about who is that in front of me, am I alone, where am I, what time of day it is. The second bench cared nothing for those things. For it knew it was only there to be a bench. And it felt absolutely complete in that purpose. Complete in its white benchiness. But that was all that it needed. It had watched this first white bench and was bemused. The second white bench didn't try and move in any way because it knew it couldn't. After all, it was only a bench. It knew that. But it decided to play a game with the first white bench. It wasn't at this stage interested in talking to the first white bench. No. It wasn't going to suddenly fling itself down on the floor. No, benches don't do that. They stand where they're put. This bench, this second white bench, knew that. It wasn't going to flex a fibre of its wood and try and outpose the first white bench. No, that's ridiculous. But the second white bench decided on a game. This game would be unbeknownst to the first white bench. This game would be held by the second white bench. And the game was this. Which bench could outbench the other? Which bench would be able to fulfill its purpose most completely, that any people walking into the room would decide, oh, now there's the bench I want to sit on. The second bench was bemused by this idea, for it thought to itself, this is what I do. This is what I do. I am a pristine white wooden bench, standing in this room, and I am complete in my function. The second white bench set the game on. The first humans that would walk into the space, next people to sit down would sit on it. They would sit on the second white bench. And with that thought in the second white bench's benchy mind, the second white bench waited. And still it waited. And waited to now.
You grab the beat? I don't think so. And what was you for? Sorry. Sorry.
Waiting. Blue striped shirt walked past. The second white bench got excited. It thought it would be sat on. It thought it was a foregone conclusion. Blue striped shirt was being coy. It was not committing to the first white bench or the second white bench. It was flirting, perhaps, with both benches. Second white bench was initially overjoyed, thinking that blue striped t-shirt was walking towards it and would sit on it, so therefore fulfilling its game. Blue striped t-shirt had wandered into the wrong space, had wandered into the wrong room, and in fact was not looking for two white benches, nor a room with white walls. But instead was trying to find somewhere to get a decent coffee. And still, the benches waited. Second bench was still engaged in the game. First bench could sense something was up. Young red jacket came striding in and flirted with the first white bench and then decided, no, I'm not going to sit there.
I want to go out.
Black jacket, long dark hair, decided to walk in circles in front of the first white bench. First white bench had no idea what was going on. Black jacket and long dark hair stared at the wall. Young red jacket thought that it would interact with the wall, tap the wall, and then walked out. Second white bench was bemused, but also a bit confused. Neither of the humans even came anywhere near it. Second white bench felt like, what is going on? I am the most complete bench here, and yet none of the humans came near me. Second white bench decided to do some more. Play the game some more. It was not over yet. Somber red bag entered the space clutching some paper. Stood at the edge of the space, unsure as to whether to fully commit to coming in. Pondered, reflected on the paper in hand. Considered perhaps origami. Maybe I could make this piece of paper into a swan or another type of bird. And still, partially seen grey-blue jacket with a red bag did not fully enter the room, but watched and listened and took in, reflected on the idea of the inner voice. The voice we hear when we read a book. The voice that may be the voice of the character in our favourite novel. The voice of our friends who text us that we hear in our heads as we read. Perhaps the narrator's voice was interrupting the human's voice and they left. The gentle quiet descended on the room. Both white benches standing in silence, awaiting their next occupants. The second white bench realized that in this game of who would be seated on first, in fact, the first white bench had a young red jacket sit on it, albeit only for a short moment, but nevertheless, the first seating took place on the first white bench. This was disappointing for the second white bench, because it felt that it was enough, that was all it cared for, being a bench. That's all that mattered to it, being fully and completely a bench. And yet some young human comes in a flashy red jacket and a blue scarf and just nonchalantly sits on the first white bench and then walks off again, without even so much as a second glance as the second bench. The second white bench was disgusted. Unbelievable. Still, it's still early. The game is afoot. The young human that walked in was inexperienced, didn't know what it was looking at. The second bench told itself. The young human could not spot a real bench if it fell on its head. The second bench told itself. And so it continued to wait. The game was still on. The second bench wanted someone wise, considered, experienced, worldly, who would be able to accurately discern an alright bench from a real bench. The space stood still. The white walls quietly held the space. The floor stretched and yawned, a beige, beach-like yawn, as it supported the two white benches. It contained both these benches. It held every human that decided to walk across it, jump across it, skip across it, play across it, lie on it. The floor, in its loyalty, was always there. It knew that it could be relied upon. The support, the help, And the floor revelled in that notion that whatever was going on above it, whatever craziness was happening above it, was being carried out on it. It knew that it would always be there. Perhaps not like the smooth, beige, brown, beach-like self it was today, but that it would always be there in many forms. It could be broken. It could be a rubble. It could be lumpy. It might support green stuff growing on it and hold that up. But the floor knew its purpose. And it recognized that these two benches could play their silly mind games, but without the expanse of the floor itself. Neither of these benches could fulfill their benchy purpose. The floor knew this. The floor absolutely knew this. Without its stretch, neither of the benches could fill their bench potential. The floor was satisfied. The room was quietly still. The second bench was still waiting. It was convinced the next humans, the next people that walked in would recognize itself as the fuller, the more complete bench. It was optimistic. The first bench was still waiting for its reflection to move. The equivalent of seeing who would blink first. Utterly ridiculous for a bench. But nevertheless, the first bench was engaged in it. And so they waited. And waited. The narrator is present. The space. Oh! A pair of glasses entered the space. The second bench got excited. No cigar, second bench. No cigar. Pair of glasses walked back, straight out. Dark jacket. Ah! The second bench recognized the pair of glasses as its curator. The reason for its being. It reasoned, that doesn't count. And it decided to wait. The second bench was thrilled. It saw a pair of glasses and dark hair, short dark hair, walking towards it. Could this fulfill its idea, its theory, its thesis about which of the two white benches was the most bench-like, the fullest archetype of a bench, out of which all other benches are derived? A pair of glasses simply went, meh, walked past both benches, and then returned from whence it came. Still the benches waited. Second bench imagined a flurry of people rushing directly to it, lying on it, kneeling across it, sitting on it, embracing it in its purpose. First bench was still looking for movement. New York sweatshirt with a green beanie and a zipper walked past the benches and pondered, where would I like to sit? Looked at the two benches, the two white pristine wood benches. Couldn't decide. And clutching its piece of paper, the green beanie left the space, only to be followed by
Can you read it?
a beige jacket with a rucksack. Stood in between the two benches. Immediately the second bench was thrilled. Which way was it going to go? Then the rucksack decided to stand by the first bench, but not in between them. Hand was grabbed. Blue rucksack leant down and was dragged with a young hand. The waxy beige jacket stood in front of the wall. He went in front of the young Pearson. And the two characters left in gloom. Second bench didn't know what to make of this. Second bench witnessed someone older, someone more experienced, someone who could discern, someone who stood in front of between the two benches even, and would make the right decision. All they needed to do was back up and then allow themselves to sit down. For their bum to hit the surface of this pristine white clean bench. But alas, no. The bigger, more experienced human was distracted. Again, a younger, inexperienced human dragged them out of the room. The second white bench was apoplectic. Beside itself, if a white wooden bench can be so. It had no choice but to wait. A gentle, white calmness settled on the room. The white walls held it. They stroked the silence. The first white bench was beginning to feel impressed with itself. Impressed with how it was able to ponder and gaze at the second white bench without flinching, without moving. Impressed with its Zen-like quality of stillness. The first white bench thought to itself, I am the Buddha of white benches. Yeah, it was quite proud of itself. And it continued to ponder on its reflection to see if it could catch it out. The space was quiet. The benches stood still, the floor supported them. The white walls embraced them. And all was at peace. All was at peace. A peace that needed nothing, yearned for nothing, but was content in and of itself. And yet would gladly receive any that would enter into it. And so this beautiful piece sat in this space with the two white wooden benches engaged in their own individual games in relationship to each other, and the floor that supported them, and the white pristine walls that embraced them. The two benches were in a Mexican standoff. Which one would flinch first? This was a Mexican standoff. That would not end. That could only be broken by one side relenting or failing. The first white wooden bench was looking at what it thought was its reflection to see if it would move and therefore confirm that it was another in the space. The second white wooden bench looked at the first wooden bench and waited for more humans to enter into the space so that it could confirm that it was more bench than the first white bench. And this would be confirmed by the humans sitting on it, as had been done earlier. The second white bench was harking back to the past. It knew what had been said in bench folklore, that it was of no use to hark back to the past. The past was a foreign country, that the past no longer existed because it was the past. And that the only moment that mattered was the present moment. The moment when a human would walk into the space and sit on it. And yet the second bench still held on to its past glories. The wondrous age when a human came in and sat on it, and then was followed by a human who had been standing in a black jacket. Ah, just The second bench replayed each moment, moment by moment of that past glory, where it seemed that the two humans sat on it seemed to flirt with each other. They seemed to draw closer to each other, share a little tit or tat, twinkle in their eyes on the second bench, it fulfilling the purpose it was made for. And so this second bench regaled in its past victories. And even as the curator, the pair of glasses, walked past it, it could not be shaken from its thought about how successful a bench it was, how much it was a full and fulfilling bench, the ultimate bench, an archetype of a bench, out of which all other benches would be derived, including the one opposite it, which, to be fair, looked quite similar, but was not as full of bench-like qualities as the second bench thought it was. Some would say the second bench was becoming arrogant. No, there was nothing outward that could be seen about his arrogance. But if one had insight into the second bench's processes, one would realize that this second bench thought it was the only bench that mattered. And without it, there could be no other benches. Wow. So it waited for the humans to come in and prove and justify its arrogance. It waited. Remember, the walls waited, the floor. And the wall started to think, the walls, the white walls started to ponder how it was that without them, without the white walls, there would be no space. The white walls began to ponder that actually it was the white walls themselves that defined the space. And the white wall reasoned that if the wall facing the benches was to lie flat across the benches, and if the wall to the side of the benches was also to lie flat lengthways across the benches, there in fact would be no space. Or actually that the space would be completely minimized, because it would only be two-dimensional. But then where would the benches be standing? They would be just standing on the floor in the middle of nowhere. The white walls knew their importance and they didn't have to brag about it. They defined and held the space. And so they waited. in peace and contentment. Apart from the second bench, who was trying to outprove the first bench. The quiet stillness descended on the space. Not a breath stirred. And the narrator sat in the middle of the silence and was present. The beautiful sound of silence. So rich. So full. So complete. The first bench continued to stare and ponder the second bench. Perhaps it was only looking at itself, it thought. Perhaps the other bench, the second bench, was an illusion. First bench thought. And perhaps the first bench thought. It was only looking at another aspect of itself. It continued to ponder.
engaging your listening, paying attention, keep away from the movement. Begin to become aware of recognition, being called by inspiration, and more than the action. So feel the sensation of the attention based on the present. I like to take in the whole pattern of repetition. The next phase on the present, I feel landscape. Keeping my awareness of standing expert consciousness, the ancient and signs of the color and texture. Look at details like the hand. And I have to tell hands on step into the most beautiful color. Immediately feel the leaves and the skin and pressure of the air. Look at you. And we need to tread slowly on wet cheese and green rock. The little stream more than the feet, very precious. The air clean and pure. From there, listening from there. The magnificent beautiful flowers all kinds. Looking around the house, on the beautiful spot, relaxing. Perhaps maybe tree, sliding into finding spot to make sense. Having some paragraph, the essence becomes more clear. Listening sounds of them. Listen very carefully to sounds of the trees, their often leaves. Absolutely nobody else around the session. You, nature, breeze, trees, flash. Then the body comes more still. Beautiful canvas garden. And the strong support trees. And the leaves. Visualizing the roots of the tree. The leaves are very lovely connection there. Affection of nature. No feeling that trees together. Happy and present. Yet easy. Therefore, the gazing is very certain. Breathing, taking all care from freshness of the air, from clouds, rocks, breathing.
Two white wooden benches pondered each other in the space they were in.
and then fictional. Yeah. Then okay. The fear of actually avoiding the fear of choosing feeling well accepted in the future and then into great and deep frustration. Pain very strong sense of balance, raising the whole humanity and seeing only a relationship. Very, very deep.
The narrator is present. The space is pristine. White benches waited. The walls held the space. Second white bench. Optimistic. Hopeful. Wishful even. Wishful that it would outbench all others, any others, particularly the one in front of it, that first white bench, which it sensed, thought and processed. This second bench was ready, willing and waiting. The second white bench was thrilled, excited, anxious. A pair of trainers entered with long hair and stared at the wall. The white bench realized that the pair of trainers was wearing glasses and moved towards the wall in order to take in what was being suggested. The idea of the inner voice, one's inner voice, the voice that could be the voice of a text message of a friend, or the voice of a character in a book, or even one's own inner voice, suggesting how we might be feeling, what we have to do. Perhaps we forgot to switch the oven off, or even the voice of the narrator interrupting one's inner voice. Two humans watched and pondered, slightly bemused. What are we listening to? Is it my voice I'm listening to? Is it your voice? Or is it something else? The two would not sit down. They were unsure. What is this? Perhaps they would sit down. Perhaps they would explore the room. Or perhaps, as was the case, the room remained still. Peace once again had descended. The second bench, the second wooden bench. Oh, it was so close, it thought. A human came. The back of the human's knees were almost kissing the bench. It was almost about to sit down.
Engaging your Paying attention, feeling the begin to become aware of possibility, feeling a cool, dry inspiration, and more feeling the
Yeah.
I like taking the whole body visualization. So let's say the whole body at your landscape. You can
The narrator recognized the narrator's own inner voice and realized in the quiet presence and peace that they were vocalizing and expressing as a response to their inner voice. The space continued.
musical styles, all kinds of shapes. Looking around the park, find a beautiful spot, relaxing. Perhaps a new tree, perhaps slightly in shape. Finding a spot for the excitement. Closing. Soon further on, the essence becomes more gentle. Noticing the sound of birds. Listen very carefully to the sound of the trees and their offering leaves. Absolutely nobody else around the section. Use nature, breeze, trees, flowers. Feel the body contact with warm, still, releasing. Beautiful day sky. And strong support trees, climbing trees. Visualizing the roof in a soft space. Clearing out the connection. Observation of the moving with the trees, not being present in the way. Breath easy. Welcome. and then future, war, many, hate, multiple. Looking close to great situation, the feeling of actually very good. You not choose one name. Feeling well acceptance of the and then into me your weekly equation. Taking a deep breath in, very strong sense of raising the whole looking around you and seeing how you really want to smooth, walking to the holds one a huge light fire. Then just healthy you cannot finish this video. We get awareness of our feelings, smoking, music, feeling that main question. Very open, immediately, less sense. And so, yeah, they will with all the with that, very
The white benches waited. The walls, pristine and white, held the space, contained the space. And they waited. The second white bench yearned to be sat on, yearned for its purpose to be fulfilled. Still, it was optimistic. For it knew that all things were possible, and its dreams could be fulfilled, would be fulfilled. The white walls held the space quietly. Dark, short hair, walking in between the benches, reading the piece of paper. Looks up, takes in the wall. Yes, the black jacket sits down, followed by the beige jacket. The grey cap walks past the benches. The black jacket and the grey beige jacket contemplate the pieces of paper. They contemplate the space they're in. The grey jacket has some goggles on its head, on her head. They return to ponder the piece of paper. What is this? The installation about speed reading, the inner voice, and how sometimes when we read our friends' text messages, we hear our friends' voices. Sometimes when we read a book, we hear a character's voice. Indeed, we have our own inner voice, which tells us sometimes when we're hungry, when we're upset, when we're happy, when we're nervous. And then the interruption of this narrator's voice, interrupting our own inner voice, adding or distracting to our own inner voice. The two sit on the bench. That second white bench is ecstatic for the two that are sat on it. The grey coat with the goggles on the head and the black jacket, looking at the grey coat, both giggling to each other, have no idea what that second bench they are sat on has been going through. It is suffice to say the bench is pleased that it has fulfilled its purpose. And two humans have come and helped it fulfill its potential, the purpose it was designed for, that is, to simply be a bench. The two continue to sit, pondering. Oh! Black jacket stands, goggles on the head stands. They flirt with the idea of the first bench, they walk to the wall. And the space beautifully. That second bench, once again, is beside itself. Not one, but two humans entered in the space. Talented humans, clever humans, experienced humans, alive humans. They assessed the space they were in and they went straight for the second bench. That second bench is bursting. To the ordinary eye, you would not see this. Because to the outward gaze, it is just a bench. But oh, on its inside, what more confirmation could it need that it is the bench of all benches? The gold standard, the best in show, the Olympics, triple gold winner of benches. and yet it doesn't move. That first bench believes. Now believes it is the second bench. This second bench is so full of itself. It's so full of white wooden benchiness. Complete. Every other bench that has come even before or after it is derived from benches, a black leather jacket. Two more, the second bench is up, it's in ecstasy. A black leather jacket and a black jacket and two goggles on their heads, brown and blonde. Make a beeline, have made a beeline straight from the bench. Blonde hair, goggles on head, white to nose. Is this act what they are watching at? They ponder. They are pondering. Like two birds sat on a twig. They gaze at the wall with the slightest little flutter from brown hair with black glasses on the head. They take in the proposal of speed reading. The idea that speed reading might or could remove that inner voice. What is the purpose of the inner voice? That voice that we become familiar with when our friends text us, a voice we know so well. Or that voice of a character when we're reading a favourite novel. Or the voice that tells us how we're feeling, what we think of the other people around us. Will the speed reading remove that voice? And what would we be left with? The blonde hair with glasses on its head and the brown hair with glasses on our head sit and ponder. Deep, silent contemplation. Brown hair refers to the piece of paper. Maybe that might give a suggestion of the inner voice. Maybe that might illumine the inner voice. Of what might happen if the inner voice was removed.
Is this guy talking now? Where is he? Somewhere.
And sit and ponder.
So weird.
Now, brown hair doesn't feel quite sure about this. Has checked around the room just to see what's going on. Blonde hair with glasses decides just to have a drink and is mildly bemused.
He's talking about us.
They ponder, they quiz, they look at each other. They suspect something is going on. They suspect they might be involved in what's going on. They giggle for a while. Brown hair with glasses thinks he knows what's happening.
Brown hair glasses.
He thinks he knows where it's all going on.
No.
They are sat on the bench that likes to be sat on. Perhaps it's time to go incognito. Brown hair puts the glasses on. No, not quite the effect I was looking for. Perhaps brown hair, black jacket with glasses realised from a young child that when you put your hands in front of your eyes, you do not quite disappear. You're still visible. Black leather jacket doesn't quite know what to make of all of this. A grey top is clutched. A leather jacket holding a coffee moves. And the space returns to its peace, grateful for the interaction. And the play. And the second white bench thinks to itself, if I could cry for joy, I would be a soggy, rotten bench. Wow! 2 more people entered the space. Did not even give a second glance at the first bench. My theory was right. Second bench, please. The first bench, strangely, is also pleased. The first bench hasn't witnessed any movement from that second bench, but has enjoyed the interaction of humans coming and going, jackets and hats and cups of coffee and glasses entering the space and leaving the space, and has actually quite relished not having to hold them, not having to support them, but instead witness its reflection or itself, the other aspect of itself, take all the weight. The first bench is pleased with this. It's pleased that it can stand outside of itself and yet still witness what is happening to itself. That is an interesting place to be. The first bench thinks, I am that bench, but I can still stand apart from that bench and be the witness of all that happens to that bench. The first bench is pleased with this. Both benches are pleased as they stand on the outstretched floor that supports them and that supports all that enter into the space. That space which is being embraced and defined by those pristine white walls. Space that is and contains the beautiful peace. The space itself decrees it needs nothing. It wants for nothing, is not waiting for anything, is completely content to be the space with all that's in it. 2 white benches, the floor, the 2 white pristine walls. That's all it needs. It is complete. And yet, it is also ready to embrace whatever chooses to enter. The narrator is present. The second white bench is recomposing itself after some thrilling earlier episodes, moments. The room remains wide and clear and light and bright and full of nothing but two white benches. The benches, the white wooden benches, in turn face each other and face forward to the pristine white wall with a projection on it. A projection of speed reading. The second bench wonders if it could trump itself. Second bench holds its breath. Jeans, man, grey hoodie, stand in front of the second bench. Seated. The second bench is overjoyed. Man, grey hoodie, stares at the wall. It could be a blank wall, except it's a wall that proposes speed reading. Notions of the inner voice. The way in which one hears their friend's voice when they receive a familiar text. Man, grey hoodie, strokes his hair in anticipation. What is the inner voice? Perhaps the character's voice we hear when we're reading a favourite novel. Perhaps it's the voice that we hear in our heads as we read the paper, the information telling us about the installation. Man, blue jeans, grey hoodie, ponders, contemplates. kicks his trainers out and crosses his legs as he contemplates and reflects, sitting on that oh so happy second white bench, and considers the implications of this disruption on his inner voice.
Hello. Yeah, I'm just at Finsbury Park at the moment.
Another disruption to the inner voice.
Yeah. Just I'm just in a gallery, just walking
Hello?
around, just getting some air.
Hello?
But then it would be hard to fall asleep.
A conversation ensues.
Hello?
An inner monologue happens to blue jeans, trainers stretched out front, legs crossed, grey hoodie.
Yes,
A conversation ensues. An inner monologue is engaged. A dialogue is conducted across the mobile phone in this space, this white space. Blue jeans stands up. An emergency. He must leave. Oh, 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 oh! The second bench! Wow! This has gone beyond the mere imaginings of a white wooden bench. The humans that enter aren't even, there is no other option for the humans that enter. Each human that comes and verifies and confirms the purpose of this second bench only serves to escalate, to amplify the very bench's benchiness. Oh. The second bench wonders, where could this stop? It has already surpassed what it thought it was in being a bench. Could it be any more the bench? Full with supreme benchiness. The second bench wonders. The second bench wonders if it would be considered blasphemous to consider itself the God of all benches. The second bench had never considered itself a deity. And yet all the humans who have entered its vicinity have paid reverence to this second white bench, this God of all benches. This thought alone elevates the bench out of this white, pristine, beautiful space, up and out into the universe. Whilst the second bench is traversing the universe, being a God of all benches, other deities and other beings up and out there. The first bench thinking, how wonderful am I that I witnessed blue jeans, legs crossed in front of me, grey hoodie, dark hair, sit on an aspect of myself, and I witnessed that human take a phone call in my presence and find delight in my presence, and then go about their journey. The first bench thinks to himself, I am truly great, and I will sit here. Whoops, on a bench, I never sit, but I will stand here in the full glory of my greatness, reflecting on that aspect of myself in front of me and around me. And the room is held by the outstretched floor that supports all that enters, and the white pristine walls that define and embrace the space.
And then speech. Yeah. Lazy. Okay. Multiple. Moving close to those situations. The feeling of actually acknowledging the fear of choose and feeling non-acceptance is true. And then maybe very strong and very home. Imagine and seeing only multiple relationships. Walking towards the children and taking where is it going? There is there healthy, holds one a huge light on. Then it has just crossing you can start to the day. You get away how I should feel. So he feels that the passion. Taking over the cash, release it first, and yeah, they will be all with her, getting the cash home, and we feel one second, the problem is
The narrator is present. The second white bench has returned from its journeys around the universe, celebrating its own deity, returns to the space and prepares to embrace and support more and any humans that wish to sit at the altar of so great a bench. Clean white walls. Two pristine white wooden benches. Sit and wait. The floor holds all. The video loops on the wall. The second bench, the second wooden white bench, consents further victory. There is no stopping us now. Deeper, wider, further in its own story. The first wooden bench, the first white wooden bench, is keen to witness, to watch, knowing that everything that happens to the second bench it is involved in, and yet has the pleasure to witness. A colourful scarf and blue backpack has sat on the second bench, fulfilling the second bench's deepest, wildest desires. Colourful scarf and backpack contemplates the wall in front. Momentarily, there is a distraction. The colourful scarf and blue backpack places something on the bench, furthering the bench's delight, and begins to peruse a piece of paper, giving some indication of what this installation is about. When we read, approximately 80% of us hear a voice in our heads. When we read a text from a friend, often we may hear our friend's voice as we read it. The voice of a character as we read our favourite novel. Or even our own inner voice. Suggesting to us we might be hungry, bored, excited, angry, tired. Or it might be an external voice. The return of the blue and white t-shirt, making a second appearance. The pristine white bench wonders why the blue and white t-shirt still has not sat down, whereas colourful scarf and blue backpack is getting into the proposal of the installation. What is this all about?
Sorry.
And why is this narrator's voice distracting me from my own thoughts? Colourful scarf, grey blue backpack looks around slightly perplexed. Where? Who? Why? What? Colourful scarf, blue backpack.
Sorry.
Scratches her neck as she ponders. This is somewhat ridiculous. What would happen if speed reading removed that inner voice? Blue backpack, adjust her backpack. And contemplates. Blue and white t-shirt strides into the room like a colossus. If the Tekken Tiny's been here. Blue and white t-shirt thinks about the way he'll position himself. Oh no, he's not going to the second white bench, but instead passes in front of the video. Then he flies out with the scarf. The blue backpack stays where she is, momentarily. Clutches what she left on the bench. She's going to go for it, makes the decision, coffee in hand. Goodbye. The space has been thrilled. First white bench witnessed so much it didn't know what to do with itself. The second white bench had questions of its own. Saw the return of previous humans who weren't seduced by its godlike form. And yet some were. The second white bench reasons that blue and white stripe doesn't know what it's doing. Blue and white striped t-shirt has no idea of what is going on. Instead of following the natural order of things and sitting on the second white bench, blue and white t-shirt decides to take a stand in the furthest corner of the room. What is that about? But nevertheless, it was a very satisfying interlude for second bench. Very satisfying. And of course, the first white wooden bench got to witness it all and was a part of all that had proceeded in the room. And then the two benches within themselves return to peace and the stillness of this pristine space with an outstretched floor and crisp and pristine white walls. In the second white wall's contemplation, blue jacket, burgundy rucksack, male, stands pondering the wall, the idea of the inner voice. Blue jacket, burgundy rucksack. The inner voice of this one leads man out. Yet man cannot decide to leave or to stay. A conflicting inner voice. That quickly decided it wanted to be somewhere else. The second white wooden bench picks up his contemplation again, thinking about whilst colourful scarf and blue backpack was sat on second bench, and blue and white striped t-shirt was stood in a corner, a grey jacket and grey cap snuck in, slid along the side of the room, and then made an exit. What was that about? In the second white bench's newfound gaiety, second bench realizes that second bench sees all the goings on, the comings and the goings, and is witness to it, as indeed is the first white bench. And they settle once again. It's a beautiful piece of this pristine white room.
zero confidence, and the president of open house. The statement that the curiosity and arguments. The game is about the doing opportunities and players occasional
The white walls. 2. pristine white wooden benches. The space clear. The second white bench waits in anticipation. The first white wooden bench is ready to witness. Ready to see, ready to behold. Blue jeans, a reddish jacket, walks and stands in front of two benches. Ponders the wall in front. Adjusts slightly. She looks around, but remains stood. She takes in the space. She is seated. The second bench behind her is amazed that woman, red coat, has decided to sit on the front bench. Reflecting and contemplating on the speed reading. There remains no one behind her, and yet she has looked around. The speed reading talks about one's inner voice, that dialogue that is conducted as we read, as we perform actions. Often it might be a friend's voice that we hear as we receive a text from them, or a character's voice in our favourite novel, or simply our own inner voice that indicates how we're feeling. Happy, sad, bereaved, hungry, excited. Or an external voice, such as this narrator's voice, interrupting the inner monologue of the woman with the red coat sat down on the first bench. She remained contemplating, thinking. She was not sure if what she heard was referring to her. And still she remained. Seemingly happy to stay just where she is. The white, pristine walls nevertheless embrace her, embrace the benches, and embrace the space in which she sits. She contemplates. She does very little while she sits on this white bench, but is happy to be present in this space. Perhaps it's taken her some time to do the speed reading. She turns towards the light, stands up, and the space returns to its balanced serenity.
These are about to show I've got an app that I made with students
The second white wooden bench didn't know what to make of what just happened. The woman, red coat, blue jeans, walked in, not so much as a glance at the deity that stood behind her. Not even a second glance. How could this be? The second wooden bench thought. I have travelled the universe. I have conversed with other beings. Space is greater than this one, and this woman with a red coat and blue jeans walks in, doesn't look at me, and then walks out. Ha! But of course, this is all within the process of a white wooden bench that sits in the room. The narrator is present. Narrator's inner monologue is strong in this one.
Engaging your innocence, is what you say. Engaging your attention, feeling the movement. Begin to become aware of the presence. And more in the reaction without that. But feel the sensation of vision attention as one person. Breathe still and breathe. I like to take in the variation. The next place on the person is the landscape. Keep in mind what these are standing just in front of any shape and size, any color, any texture. Look at the details of the hand. And we have to spend time to step into the most beautiful part.
The narrator is returned and present. The room is still, embraced by the pristine white walls. Two white wooden benches sat in a pristine white room. The two benches contemplating who might turn up. The white walls embracing, holding the space. The video looping. The white walls, clear, crystal, crisp, precise. The second white wooden bench. In that first bench, suspicious. Jeans. Grey jacket. Male. Glasses. Black jacket. Female. Dark hair. They have sat down on the first white wooden bench. They pondered. They looked at the information sheet to glean what they could find about the installation. She showed him a pertinent point, and he continued to look at the video. The video about speed reading. Again, she drew his attention to a salient point. He responded, and then returned his gaze. Long dark coat, grey rucksack. Familiar to the two of them, sat on the white bench. Dark coat, grey rucksack talks about the information she provided. Three figures sat in a white room on a white bench. Dark coat, grey rucksack. Woman has checked out the room. Black jacket, woman, and male, grey jacket, glasses, have spoken about this installation. All three are in the middle of contemplation. Taking their time to piece together the video on speed reading. What is the implication for the inner voice? That voice when we receive a friend's text message, the voice we recognize as theirs. Or when we read our favorite novel, the voice of the characters that we recognize in our heads. Or even our own inner monologues that suggest to us how we're feeling. Happy, excited, frustrated, angry, hungry. Or even the external voice of the narrator, disrupting the inner monologue of the three people sat on the white wooden bench. Woman, black coat, glasses, in the middle, communicated with the dark coat and grey rucksack to her left. Two people remained on the white wooden bench. A hand was placed on a shoulder. Gestures and communications were exchanged. A grey jacket just stood up, followed by a black jacket woman. Two cups of hot drinks make their way through the space. One suspects itself of being a latte in this pristine white space. The two cups of coffee are being curated by the curator. The room remains still and white and pristine. For a moment, long dark coat with grey rucksack had returned, looked around the room, and disappeared. This crystal white room maintained its presence.
engaging your paying attention begins to become a representative being informed by information and more I like taking the public challenge. Then let's say public challenge in the landscape. Even though I love this, I find the originate and economic and power and text. We can read out that into the most beautiful part. The music between the trees and the skips and the passion of the air. This is true. And you can care and that you and do this really wants to be more than the truth. Very good. And from that, this is was not connected to beautiful flowers and colors and shapes. Thinking of them as unfitting stuff, relaxing, passing each day, not slightly to the shape, finding yourself to be slowly, moving down the other and more listening to sound of listen very carefully to sound, the trees, the rustling. Absolutely no control. Breathe, 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 feel what it comes more still. Nothing beautiful feathers fly. Those structural questions.
Narrator present. The walls are pristine white. Two benches stand in a Mexican standoff. Filled with stories that have occurred between them. The second white wooden bench wanders if it will be the first to be embraced, to be sat on, to be honoured. Space holds still. The white walls embrace the space. Grey jacket, blue jeans, male. He moved around the space and contemplated where he preferred to stand. He found his position somewhere in between the first white bench and the second white bench, and continued to watch the projection on the wall. He contemplated the voice of the narrator. Shortly afterwards, he decided to move and change his position. Would he get a better understanding of the projection from standing in a different spot in the room? He positioned himself at the corner of the front bench. He reflected on the idea of the inner monologue. He moved, and the space was returned to its pristine crispness. A baby in a buggy with a pink coat decided to stroll into this pristine white room. The mother with a purple scarf tended to her child. No doubt there would be an inner monologue between the mother and her child in the pram. The lady moved towards the first bench. She continued talking to the child in the pram with the pink coat. The narrator can only presume that they were both commenting on and watching the video projection on the wall. The lady was bent over the child. She brushed her hair back and placed her left hand on the top of the pram. She remained stood and didn't think about sitting on the first white bench, but rather she pushed the pram backwards and forwards as if comforting the child before making her exit. Neither the first wooden white bench nor the second wooden white bench had the satisfaction of being sat upon in that last encounter.
very extensively. Like that, any parts and any anyone who wants to share. Anything to very, enjoy, embrace. And where they practice all my sensation and breathing. Not really touching the opposite, only big feelings. Taking more really allow that all psychological and really different for the allowing yourself to know that this is taking in your all the time, where you are, and where all the time,
Pristine white walls, two benches, a face-off, the video loops, the space awaits. Male, brown jacket, black shoulder bag, entered, stood, contemplated, thought, reflected, read, pondered, contemplated, moved, the space was warmed for a short moment. A black bag, accompanied with a brown jacket and dark short hair, entered. His inner monologue explored. The space was then returned to its balance, equilibrium. A great jumper stands staring, blue jeans, contemplating. He watched the wall. He took in the video presentation on speed reading. He contemplated ideas of one's own inner monologue. What did it mean to him? Was his inner monologue now moving and in motion? He entered the room. His white sneakers matching the white of the two white benches that stood in the room. He contemplated further. He wondered if he'd ever recalled the voices as he read his friend's text. He looked around and left the room in the state in which he encountered it. A brown gilet, light brown trousers, and a blue backpack stood. He contemplated the wall.
It's talking about
He had a wonderful beard. He was joined by a blue scarf, a blue backpack. Female. They stood and contemplated. They communicated with each other, yet neither of them decided to sit down. And yet here were two white, pristine benches ready to be embraced. Another beard walked into the room with a dark coat. He too stood. How many would stand before one thought to sit down? An orange bag and brown coat walked straight into the room, walked to the real bench. The orange bag was pleased to be sat on the bench. The bench was pleased to be received by the orange bag. The blue backpack, male, brown gilet, had decided that his legs had had enough and he could watch the video projection on the wall just as effectively while sat down. Light blue scarf and blue backpack, female, resolved to stay standing. They all watched ideas around the inner monologue. Did they have inner monologues that were rolling? Could they recall inner monologues when they received the text messages, the voices of their friends behind the text messages? Blue scarf and blue backpack, brown gilet, tan trousers. Woman, tan long coat, brown bag, sophisticated, stands. Her glasses peer around the room. The space returns. A grey hoodie, holding a black jacket, walked straight into the room and sat down. Sat on the front bench, slap bang in the middle. Made no apology for it, I own this front bench. Peering up at the video installation on the wall. Recounting this idea of the inner monologue, that inner voice that plays in our head. Denim jacket, dark blue trousers, male, walks in, contemplates from the back bench. Stood with glasses. Chuckles. Possibly might sit down, possibly will not. Hands in his pockets, reflecting. Curious, watching. Blue denim jacket, blue trousers, glasses, decides to take the load from his feet. Grey hoodie, who sat on the first, joined by female, glasses, black jacket. The whole room contemplates the video projection. The idea of the inner monologue. Perhaps the voice of a character when you read your favourite novel. Or perhaps the voice of your friend as you read their text message they've sent you. Or perhaps the inner monologue is your own. That inner voice that suggests how you might be feeling. Excited. Annoyed. Angry. Frustrated. Happy. Tired. Or even an external monologue that serves to distract your own, such as the monologue from this narrator. Blue denim jacket, blue trousers, glasses, shifts and seems frustrated. All three contemplate. Blue denim jacket disagreed. Grey hoodie at the front definitely has something to say about this, and make sure that his opinion is expressed. Further discussions are had on the front bench. The room is checked by all three participants. None of them seem satisfied that they have discovered that disrupting, distracting external monologue. And yet they remain seated, contemplating. The grey hoodie on the front bench contemplates the room. Pristine white walls. Blue denim. Gets up and moves. The second bench is left alone.
That's what's England's one.
Grey hoodie and woman with black jacket. Witness second bed. Left alone. They are happily seated. And watch the video loop. Neither having any great reaction, but content to stay. Glasses, short hair, walks across the room. Woman, dark jacket, comments on something she's seen. Grey hoodie, male is engaged. They converse. They sit. On the pristine white bench, entranced at a white wall.
And then puts it out there. That change to do that's yes. It uses so distractions. I don't know.
Do you think something very so when we see concept work, do you think actually using the word artist illustrates the value as to how vital energy is? Measure that as an artist, this is what you're going to, this is actually going to actually, let's say, work, this is actually to different sects of society. So I think that actually that word that was creates a spiritual experience.
I have two thoughts on this. One is that I'm going to very often because I see that really looks like since I'm here actually.
Yeah.
People want to find this one here. So I think that's a really good
It's gone on.
and so it shouldn't. I don't think it's also but that's the problem with our whole thing is yeah, so I got it more. So
And that's the way because I realized that then actually there's like this experience of what you get the core, the first that do. I mean, it's actually the liver is actually the natural core that consumes actually leads to sort of nutritional products. And that's what
You also said you go to think about level of difficulty or average.
I would say, yeah, I think we do. I'd say, you know, you're talking about the other one, you're talking about that, I would guess, if I can go back to the same. But the reason I was asking that person something kind of thing I know that trying to get your sessions bring that force like this out of them. Maybe it's yeah, so allows different opinions to hold that message. I know that yeah, that's this is where I have to be actually just about less actually express.
Yeah, that's the really and I don't encourage you to question. And so being Yeah, these were the things that for. Yeah. They are like some of them. I also feel like
Yeah, it's just like that's the yeah, yeah. And this is what we have, you know, this is what we education platforms. And unfortunately, I believe it's more successful society actually follow that model. Because if you have a brain, you're allowed to actually create a brain. You just want to add balance as well. You're healthy, spiritually, well, actually highly engaged in what you're doing. You know, it reduces cost of house service, all of that. Great society. Yeah.
People actually
What has about the law is important. However, people some groups actually get scared. They don't understand the change that's happening. So what they do, they come back to what they call safety classification. This is that the actually works. And yes, they sense the change happening. So I would actually go with the flow. They think shit actually, we don't actually know safety. You have to get certification. The UK especially, because we look at what's happening in other places. Take it. Not actually realizing that constant culture and behavior is private. Because what works there is actually there. It's not going to work here. So you could actually realize that unfortunately distribution and person that's more about this. Yeah, that means private outside. You might say yeah. Oh, one of the things that's the most stressing place. Is everything else?
Yeah.
So the first bench, white, pristine white, contemplated itself and contemplated the other bench next to it. This is the bench that it saw as its own reflection. At first it thought that this particular bench was different to it. It thought that it could identify the bench by looking at what made it different, by the idea that it might move differently or express itself differently. This was all in the mind of that very first bench. But as it watched and it witnessed, unbeknownst to that first bench, the second bench had its own story going, its own process that was happening. But as that first wooden bench in this pristine white room stood upon this floor that stretched out to meet the walls, those walls which defined and embraced the space. That very first white wooden bench moved from seeing that other bench not as something other than itself, but as the very same aspect, just another aspect of its own self. It then began to take delight in recognizing that the second bench was one aspect of itself. It then began to take delight in what would happen to that other aspect, to that other bench, knowing that it was fully a part of itself. People, humans, jackets, shoes, glasses, hair, rucksacks, bags. That first bench witnessed them come in and out.
Cinema screen, the projector.
Tall man, Adidas. Young boy. Woman, long dark coat, curly dark hair. Seated. Sat down, they make a beautiful triptych. Narrator narrator assumes father, son, mother.
What, you've been here before?
No, I've just seen something online.
They observe the wall, the
Yeah,
projections.
so you can read things
The male, grey coat. He
We
looked
have
around
to
the
read the
room.
words, not just how
I
they're.
didn't read the words, it was just saying.
Where was this narrator's voice coming from?
So that's how it's reading us.
There is an external
You
monologue
want
in
some
the room.
money? And I don't have any more, I gave it to.
The young little man looked around. He sat comfortably between these two adults, probably mother and father. They're all watching the video. The video about speed reading. The video that suggests that 80% of us, when we read, we hear a voice in our heads. The young little man is ready to go. And the little monologue in his head draws out his mother and father. The first bench resumes his contemplation. Contemplation of the second wooden white bench. First bench seeing himself as that second bench, only a different aspect of the very same being. With this knowledge, with these discoveries that the first bench makes of the second white wooden bench, it then begins to ponder the implications of the second wooden bench, which, if you remember, thought that it was the god of all benches. The first wooden bench begins to explore the implications if the second wooden bench was removed, if it left the room, that white room with the white walls and the expanse of floor that yawned and stretched to hold them all and to hold everything that entered. The first wooden bench explored the implications of that second bench not being there. What would it mean? What would it mean for the first bench? Who had come to the conclusion that that second bench was very much a part of its being. Would that first bench then feel less because the second bench was no longer in the room, even though they were not physically connected? What if that second bench was taken to a place that the first bench couldn't reach? but still have some sort of connection with that second bench. The second wooden white bench, on the other hand, was perplexed. Many people had come in and gone out, but the second bench had come to realize that it was not automatic that the people coming in would embrace it and sit on it. In fact, dare the second bench think, it was almost random where they sat, according to their own inner monologues. The second white wooden bench particularly liked that triptych, the father in the grey coat, little person in the middle, next to mother on the other side of the little person with dark curly hair, all sat on the front bench. Somehow, the second white bench wished that they had sat on it. That would have been a fitting round off to the extensive day's activity where this second middle bench discovered himself. This second bench discovered his own deity. But yet the room remained silent. A timeless silence, in the same way that it had started. What had changed? The benches had not moved. So what had changed? The benches had been sat on, they had been laid on, climbed on a little bit. They had been manoeuvred around, they had been strategically placed so that there was one on each side of a person, but the benches themselves had not moved. And each time the room had returned to that place of timelessness in which it began and which it came to every time the room was left. But simply because people left the room, did that mean the room was empty of life? After all, the benches were there and they had engaged in remarkable stories of their own. The voice of the narrator was in the space, permeating the space, filling the space, brushing against those white walls, the pristine white walls as the video projector looped its story about speed reading. And yet here the room was, yet again. Clear, spacious, clean and precise. The second white bench wondered to itself if another would make an entrance. It wondered if the next person that came in would actually sit on it. it had thrown out all notions of winning this game about who was going to sit on which bench. Because as was demonstrated, the people that came in decided for themselves where they wanted to sit. The second white wooden bench was afraid to think it. But the final conclusion might be that whether it was a deity or not, it didn't matter to the people that were coming in. That the people that were coming in would sit on whichever bench they wanted to sit on, being guided by their own inner monologue. There's a bit of a revelation for that second white wooden middle bench. So again, the second bench thought it would make itself available, give it one more last shot, muster all the benchiness it could muster in order to attract people to come and sit on it. But that's all it wanted. All it wanted was to fulfill its purpose. To be a bench, the bench that people wanted to sit on. It could happen at any moment. And of course, the first bench, the first wooden white bench, looked on, knowing that as long as this second bench was there, then this second bench was part of the same bench, part of the first bench, but merely a different aspect of the very same being. The room now was crisp and alive with anticipation. What would happen next? The second white wooden bench was ready to receive visitors. The video projection looped. The floor continued to yawn and stretch to the corners, forever ready to hold any that would enter into the space. The white, crisp walls quietly held the space. They defined the space and gave everything in the space a certain context, a certain relationship. The benches waited. They waited to see what would happen. The room sparkled with its crisp whiteness, reflected in the whiteness of the benches. The benches waited and waited and witnessed the rolling of the video on the white walls. They watched and stayed. They awaited in the space. It was crisp and white and ready. The second wooden bench wondered whether it would be proved a deity after all. Curly shaggy hair and a beard sat down, accompanied with Converse, ripped jeans and a dark jacket. They were both seated. Whilst she read the information about the installation, he peered at the wall. She looked up. Both of them looked at the wall. Then she looked down. Perhaps the wall hadn't made sense. They remained seated. The video looped the idea about speed reading. Some notion that 80% of us, when we read, we hear a voice in our heads. A voice that helps us understand, think and pause to process what we're reading. This could be the voice of our friends when they send us a text that we read. Or that inner voice might be a character in our favourite novel. Or the inner voice might be our own inner voice, suggesting how we feel at this particular moment. Excited, hungry, bored, angry, frustrated. What about if the voice was an external monologue? Or some kind of voice that disturbed or distracted us from our own inner voice? A bit like this narrator. And yet, the shaggy beard and the woman with the Converse and the ripped jeans, they remained seated. On the second white wooden bench, which, by the way, was ecstatic to happen there. They stared and followed. followed and stared. Perhaps they were reflecting, contemplating even. Exploring. Comparing. Or perhaps they were just happy to be sitting. Their stillness enhanced the stillness in the room. The shaggy beard peered around, looking for a narrator, looking for a clue. And that small movement was the only accent in a very still and beautiful room. What was there in the monologue? She turned. She looked. And they both remained seated and still. In this pristine, clean, white room with the two wooden white benches, the second of which was so pleased to have them sit on it. Entranced, shaggy beard and Converse ripped jeans stared at the wall. The comfort of being. Relaxed. Alert and focused. Aware. Aware and present. The two merged into the oneness of the room. They observed. And listened to their inner monologues. Was that monologue shared between the two of them? Do they share the same conversations in response to their experiences? Red Converse stroked his beard. It was appreciated. One last look at what this installation is supposed to be about. Taking in the space, the white walls, the white benches, the beach-coloured floor. They stood, she read, contemplated, gave thanks of gratitude. The space returned. The curator walks past, glasses on head, short hair, dark jacket. The space remains.